Open your mind to the whispers.
criticism of it or not, whether it's just me. So, but no, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Talk again soon.
Yeah, speak soon. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, can you hear me, chat? So 1 second. Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Back in action. Sorry about that. We are back online. Oh, it's because I was swapping scenes as we were wrapping up. Okay. God voice. There's some echo. Wait. Testing, 1, 2, 3. How's it now? Are we getting the same echo? No more echo. Good now. Perfect. Yes. All right, we're back. Hey, sorry for the delay. We are totally back online. We are so back. It's a big nerf. Okay, let's explore this more because we were cut short while we were looking at this. We want to fully figure out what the impact of this change is because initially they said just Splinter's nerf. And then they came in and said, well, actually, your orb and your missiles are nerfed too. And also, we changed your barrage. So, yeah, we got to reevaluate this. Oh, it's available? Can we play it? The generating splinters, that's old. That's been changed since like a while ago. Like last patch. Okay, the servers are not up. Whoever said the login, you're wrong. Okay, let's just hop back into the sim though. So this is the single target sim. I don't think it's anywhere close to where it's going to be because the APL is not cooked yet. Okay, this is still fucking raw. We do have a couple things though. So Blue said, not sure if I did something wrong, but changing this action single target HV arcane orb if arcane charge stack less than 3 to 2 was a low gain. Okay, so you're saying to only use it if we have like 1 charge. That kind of makes sense. We'll try that. So if we have 0 or 1 charge, we can orb, and otherwise we would like if we had more charges, we wouldn't want to waste orb. Basically, it's like orb is becoming more valuable because lower charge barraging is worse. So basically, the alternative to gaining charges is either to use Arcane Explosion or Arcane Blast, which are both terrible. So no matter what, we have to find some other route to take. So it makes sense to be a little bit more careful about spending your orb. Hi, baby. Baby, come here. So a lot of this game was just using the Arcane Explosion thing. I don't know if the orb thing really changed it. It's 0.5 right now. The error on it is like 400 DPS, I think. So this is 1212016. Previously it was 1210. Okay, that's like definitely a gain. Because that's outside of error. Yes, this was a gain. Very good. Good job. You found something. But yeah, this is single target, by the way. So what we need to do now is show AoE, because AoE is going to be a different story, I think. First, we need to make sure we actually have the right talents. I think what's going to happen in AoE is we will have less of a charge issue because we're mainly going to be doing Arcane Explosion. But the issue is our barrage is doing infinitely less damage. I don't know why they changed barrage this way. The math doesn't add up. Like, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all, right? So, like, here's what Blizzard said. We're going to take this move that normally scales by 30% per charge. So let's say you do 4 charges, right? So let's say it scales up to, we'll say 2.2 because it's 100 plus 1.2, right? So 2.2. So 2.2 times the number that we have, I'll just say 100, right? That's what it was before. So that's obviously 220. Now they took this initial number and they changed the initial number to be 40 instead of 100. But it's going to scale higher, right? So in this case, we're scaling it by 90 each time, plus the 100. So it's actually going to be 4.6. 4.6 times 40. That's significantly less, right? So it's a huge nerf to it. We are starting from a lower baseline. We're multiplying it more, but the bottom line is it's still way worse. Like if we cut the difference here, it's a difference of 36, right? So if we look at how much of a nerf this is, it's the inverse of this. So yeah, or sorry, it's a 16% nerf to Arcane Barrage. But yeah, so in the single target sim, we definitely take a hit here with the 100. But what we need to do now is look at what the impact on AoE is, because that's honestly the most important thing to consider here, because it's going to hit it way harder. The AoE profile is going to be hit infinitely harder than the single target profile with this nerf here. Hold on, I'm trying to find the profile. Where the frick is it? Oh, I found it. Okay, so here is the AoE profile. Let's go back to the raid bots version of this. I'm going to take this and just copy it. We'll go advanced. Let's go in here and so all this shit should already be set up for us. And this is going to be doing, how many targets was this? 10 boss targets? Okay. Let's get rid of this line. We'll set this to 10. This was 5 minutes, 10 targets. 5 minutes, 10 targets. Okay, all we need to do now is add the override. So overrides are here. Okay. This is Arcane Barrage. This is Arcane Charges. This is Missiles. We also need to get Splinter Storm. That one's already baked in. We don't need to worry about that one. Okay. So here's the old number. Here is the new number. Let's go ahead and run it. So we get at least a 11% nerf plus a worse playstyle. Yeah, it's more like a 10% nerf, but it is probably a worse playstyle. The issue is still Blast is just really, really bad at zero charges. Like, we're still going to be barrage spamming. And right now it looks like we maybe even Arcane Explosion single target. So like, the playstyle doesn't make sense. They did this big change to barrage, which is like a good idea. But the problem is they didn't look at Blast. And so Arcane Explosion is just better than Blast. which is bad. Because that means you have to be in melee. And then below using Arcane Explosion, the next worst thing is spamming Barrage. Still spamming Barrage. And then below that is using Arcane Blast. So like whatever the fuck they think they were doing, they did not accomplish it here. Because if they were trying to make us not use Barrage, they didn't accomplish that. We still spam Barrage. It's just using Arcane Explosion is better than spamming Barrages, but we don't blast. Okay, so here's the difference. Wowza, that's a huge nerf. Okay. So the old number was 4 million. Now it's 3.6 million. I mean, is it just 10%? Wait, hold on. Pre-nerf? Oh, wait. Hold on. I didn't do this right. This is not the right sim. This is not the right sim. Ignore all this. It didn't copy over properly. 1 second. We need to go back in here. It should be... all of that information is wrong. Ignore it. So it should actually be this. Delete this. Paste this in. Okay, that's good. That's good. These need to go into the player data. I can remove this line. We can remove this line too. Everything I just showed on the screen was wrong. Just ignore all of it. Pretend it didn't happen. There was a mishap. The wrong profile was used. Okay, I'm just going to do like a force override on the whole goddamn thing. Okay, let's try this again. So we're comparing these two tabs. So on the left, it's the current. On the left, it's old, and on the right, it's going to be new. Here's the thing, even with these nerfs, Arcane is still really good in single target. It's just the playstyle is worse, right? 10% nerf, you can definitely afford that when you're like 30% higher than most classes. The impact that I'm worried about is how it affects the rotation. Because they did not buff Arcane Blast. They should do an Arcane Blast buff. Specifically, they should make it so it doesn't take longer to cast at 0 charges. In fact, they should make it faster to cast at 0 charges, not longer. It should start with like the base cast time of a 4 charge, and it should just go faster if you have less charges. Or just be the same, but having it be longer is really, really bad because it makes it basically a non-starter. Like you would just never build with it. It's like a bad idea. But it's not like all doom and gloom. The class was clearly busted, so it makes sense that they nerf it. If you were looking to Fodden reroll, though, you might reconsider. Yeah, I would prefer for it to just not change. Okay, so this is real with the nerf, and this is where it's currently at. So this is before, and this is after. So what we can do now is do another one. So we'll do it like this. And then now we will copy this one here. We'll scroll down. We'll paste this in. So this is all the normal shit. And this one's going to have the overrides. So we can remove this. This is all the post-nerf stuff. So right in here, we're going to add in these effects. This should already have the Splinters nerf intact. Hold on. It needs to be player. Override player.spell data. That's how we do it. Okay, yeah, so it's going to copy this one for these ones down here. So that makes sense. And then we need to add it in for the top one because we need to override Splinters back to the old Splinters. So in this top one, we need to add old Splinters back in. Where was that? No, it wasn't this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay. To add in back old Splinters, we need to grab these overrides right here. So this is for the pre-nerf profile. And this is only affecting this profile here. But that's going to be copied with the pre-nerf ones. So now we can run it again. Dev is going to be 10% better. Why did they nerf Arcane so hard when there's other specs like Frost Outlaw, Unholy DKs, Red Still Pumping? Have you ever heard the expression, the tallest nail gets the hammer? It's not an unfair nerf. Nothing about this nerf is unfair. I want to be clear. Okay? You might look at other classes and be like, oh, well, this guy's pumping, that guy's pumping. We're overpowered. It makes sense to nerf us. The question is, did they nerf us in the right way? Now, this one had a little bit more nuance than their previous nerf, so at least they're thinking in the right ways. The problem is they still didn't stick the landing. They still didn't do the execution right because they didn't touch Arcane Blast. And if you just nerf Barrage, knee-jerk reaction, nerf Barrage, which is literally what I fucking called would happen yesterday. I literally fucking called this shit yesterday. I was ranting about how they could be doing a smart buff, or sorry, a smart nerf versus a dumb nerf. Remember this? Were any of you guys in here yesterday? I was literally talking about how it would be dumb to just nerf Barrage. I know that they would nerf Splinters. It'd be really stupid if they just nerf Barrage. And they didn't do anything to Blast. And here we are. Like, literally, it's crazy how sometimes you just call it, right? I mean, the Slayer's thing was easy to call. Everyone could fucking tell we were getting that nerfed, right? But like the way that they did barrage without blasting, it was smarter than I expected. But it's still dumb. Because you just introduced this whole other can of worms. And like I was saying yesterday, if you nerf barrage and you increase the charges, then what happens is you just use Arcane Explosion, because Blast is so dog shit, it is not worth casting over Arcane Explosion. This is a nerf to barrage. It should be a nerf to barrage across the board. That's not the same. My dad told me that was the same, so who's the authority? Your dad can fight my dad, and whoever wins is the authority. Let's put it that way. You better watch out though. My dad's got fucking hands. All right, so here's the pre-nerf. Here's the post-nerf. Okay, so it's a 9% nerf in AoE. That's actually not as bad as I thought it'd be. You want to see a picture of my dad's hands, dude? Okay, normally it'd be weird to say like, oh, you want to see a picture of my dad's hands? But like, you're going to see them and you're going to be like, oh shit, that's what he means. Hold on one second. You're going to be like, yo, what the fuck? Okay, I have the picture. I'm gonna send it to myself on Discord so I can show y'all. Yo, Kalistra, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. I appreciate that. Okay, here's a picture. I need to explain this before I show the picture, okay? This is a picture of my dad's hands after he washed them. I feel like it's really important to know this context. He had just washed his hands, okay? Alright, I'm going to show y'all now, so you can get an understanding of this. So whenever I say my dad's got fucking hands, now you know what I mean. Look at this shit. That's callous. This is a man that fucking works. Like, a man that's been working his whole fucking life. And I respect the shit out of that. Especially as someone who's just on the computer all day. Yeah, literally, sandpaper. It's crazy. He's got an insane amount of callus on his hands. No, he just works. He's just, you know, he's a hard worker. He works outdoors. In the winery business. But yeah, he's got, I mean, like, literally, my dad is like, I don't know exactly how strong. I know every kid probably thinks their dad is like the strongest person ever, but I've seen my dad do superhuman things where I couldn't even believe my eyes. But yeah, I love my dad. He's great. Anyways, you better watch out. You never want to fight my dad. It's a little winery in Fredericksburg, Texas, and if you're ever in the area, you should definitely go there and say, my name is Mark, by the way. My parents won't know what you're talking about if you're like, oh, Preheat sent me. They'll be like, what? What do you mean Preheat? Is what, an oven? They're going to be just really confused. But yeah, my name is Mark. So if you go there and you just say like, oh, Mark sent me. I'm here to try the wines. They'll hook you up. But yeah, it's just a little winery in Fredericksburg, Texas. You know, quaint little town in Central Texas. It's literally called Fredericksburg Winery. There's an ad, by the way, or like a little panel for it. If you want to check it out, just scroll down on my stream. Like in the little panels area where people keep all their little stuff in there. And you'll see one. It's a picture of a woman holding a bottle of wine. That's my mom. It is a hashtag ad, but a wholesome one, yes. That's my family's winery. Small mom and pop. They're great. There's a lot of funny Google reviews on them. In the past, let's just say that some of my family members who are no longer working there were a little disgruntled, but it's a good place. Like, it really is. Also, you can pay to get those negative reviews removed. We just don't pay them because I think it's extortion. I'm not going to fuck with that. I do all their, like, internet stuff, so. Like, point of sale, tech support, all that shit. You know, because it's family business. I'm just trying to help out where I can. But yeah, anyways, back to Mage. So, this is actually way less of a loss than I thought it would be. I'm, like, actually really surprised. Yeah, I mean, I should probably shut the fuck up about myself sometimes, but I don't know. It's just, I'm trying not to, like, do a character thing, you know? I don't have the energy for it. So anyways, yeah, I want to see what this is doing right here. I want to see how we're actually, playing this. There's got to be some optimizations we can make. So, do we get back to cooking? Is that what we do, chat? Are we cooking? Let's do a poll. Okay, so the poll is only going to be for Twitch. So if you're tuning in on YouTube, my apologies. The Twitch audience is bigger. I appreciate that you're watching on YouTube. Keep doing that. That's awesome. But I'm just going to let you know that the polls that I do are always going to be on Twitch. Also, we have a hype train incoming. Let's fucking go. Okay, let's up the poll. So the poll is, what time is it? Answer, meat time. Wait, hold on. I should clarify what meat time means. Cook sim. Or is it... pre-patch stuff. I'll just do 2 votes. Okay, this is only going to run for 2 minutes. Alright, the poll is up. The winner will be the person who I follow. This is a democracy. If you win, you get what you voted for. We're not doing any electoral college bullshit, alright? This is the popular vote. So whichever one wins, that's what I'll do next. I'm going to step away for a second. I will be right back. Oh, wow. Yeah, the people have spoken. Jesus. I'm just going to call this one now because there's no way we're coming back from this. Yo, SCX Fatal. Appreciate the Prime. Welcome back. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Yeah, it's meat time. It's kind of crazy how much people voted for that one over pre-patch stuff. Okay, well, there it is. I was going to do pre-patch fire, but, you know, I left that detail out because I didn't want to sully the results. So let's cook. Okay. So I usually like to start by drawing a little picture. So we need to like define our goals. As Arcane, we know we want to do splinters. We know we want barrage damage. The main thing is we need to get those arcane charges, those sweet, sweet arcane charges. Now we can only get arcane charges by using Arcane Blast. Actually, this one requires no picture. I'm thinking through it. It doesn't make sense to do a picture. Okay, so let's put aside the AoE sim for a sec. Just gonna shove this in this tab here. Close this one. We need room. So what if we decided that we don't want to ever barrage unless we have forged stacks of nether precision? That's the first thing we could do. What if we were okay with dropping our mana below enlighten range? If it meant that we could spend longer, not at 0 charges. Because I think the real issue here is doing anything at below 4 charges is really, really bad. So if we look at our APL, or sorry, not the APL, the here. We look at the procs and uptime. We spend 18% of the time at mana cap on average. In one sim, we spent 30% of the time at mana cap. What I'm thinking is, what if mana was a resource we actually cared about? What if we spent more mana? What if we tried to avoid ever blasting at 0 charges? So like you can see here, we're basically never blasting at 0 charges, right? We pretty much only blast at 3 charges because of the Arcane Explosion line. But on average, we do sometimes blast at 1 and 2 charges. So what I'm thinking is, maybe we take Arcane Explosion and we try to fit it into other scenarios to try and avoid ever casting Arcane Blast at less than 2 charges. I think we should just never do it. We're going to add a line that forces it to only have Arcane Blast go off if we've got charges going. I think that's where we start. So in order to reach this goal, we already know that this one is the best profile so far. So I'm going to segment this just so that we have a nice little barrier, nice visual barrier for myself to keep track of what's going on. Right here. Okay. And now we need to take this a step further. Okay, so Arcane Orb, if... Actually, I'm going to copy the entire sim over just because I want to do stuff to the other stuff too. So we're just going to copy all this. I already have the HV, so I don't need to move that. We'll just leave that as is. Okay. All right, so this is all of the work so far. We should only be hitting these HV ones. Let me just confirm that. So if we go to use Arcane, are we ever even hitting some of these conditions? So the only conditions we're hitting are these ones here in rotation SV, opener, specifically Touch of the Magi, Arcane Orb, Evocation, Arcane Missiles, Arcane Surge. This is only hit once. This is just in the opener. Arcane Orb. Okay. So I'm going to start by getting rid of clipping Arcane Missiles. Okay, so actions, opener, SSHV, high voltage. Okay, so that's our starting point. We shall not clip anymore. I misspelled that. I'll just find it. Arcane Missiles, clear classing react, yada yada, chain equal 1. Okay, we aren't doing this one though. It's going to be this line. GCD, if GCD remains interrupt immediate 1, interrupt global 1. We're going to get rid of this part. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm getting rid of clipping the missiles, because I think letting the missiles run is actually better since the value of Arcane Barrage is lower now. And on average, if we let missiles run, we should get more charges anyways through high voltage. So it may be a loss in cooldowns. Like we may have to reevaluate this line specifically for cooldowns, but I think not clipping is a good idea. We're going to have an alternative version of this. It still does the clipping and does something else, just so we can maybe find another gain. So I can hit 2 birds, 1 stone when I run the sim. So, Arcane Blast, if Nether Precision is up to, or... Okay, Arcane Blast, if buff Nether Precision stack equal to, and buff Arcane Charge stack is greater than 2. I don't want it to... I don't want it to blast unless it has 2 charges. We'll do greater than 1. We want to use it... No, let's keep it at 2. Okay, that's enough change for now. Let's see if any of these ding, and then we'll try to expand from there. Preheat, I'm new to Mage, and I'm curious. Hold on, I lost your message because chat's moving too fast. Do you think we will have or want to take Evocation next expansion? Yes, it's got Siphon Storm built into it. You definitely want it. Explosion and single target won't last, guys. Yeah, well, it's up to us to prove that it's worth it so that Blizzard can then buff Blast. You know, they might just nerf Explosion, though. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Yo, Green Lee 19, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you. Okay, so this was not good because we've lost damage. So the profile that we're trying to beat is this one, use AE, and these are both the loss. So that is a no bueno. We got to go back. Okay, so clipping is still in. Clipping is still in, and using barrage, or sorry, using blast at 2 charges is also still in. So now that we've looked at those 2 lines, let's just go down process of elimination. Okay, so this one should be the same as above. And then we took out the stuff about Arcane Blast, so we'll put this back down here. What can we change next? Yo, Rev, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Rev521. How far off was fire damage to Arcane single and AoE? I think fire is approaching 1 million, so Arcane is still above it by like 200k in single target. But I think that's only Frostfire. Sunfire might be better, but we haven't... I don't think we can release him that yet, so... Okay, servers are still down. Okay, so... Yeah, let's see here. What can we do? Yo, Matavus07, thank you for the Twitch Prime as well. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we may not use this one. But yeah, okay, so missiles if we have clear casting and nether precision isn't up, or nether precision stack is 1 and arcane charges are less than 4. Interrupt right away. Arcane barrage if arcane charge stack is maxed out and nether precision is 1 and clear casting is up, or arcane arb charges is greater than 0. So this is saying we need to be able to get back into it. So it's looking like if we've got nether precision up and we have clear casting or arcane orb up, then we can do that. And time to action is... Okay, or we have Touch of the Magi ready and nether precision's up. Or we don't have Magni Spark. Yo, Delta Cron 701, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Appreciate that. Or to refresh Arcane Tempo. Or if Intuition is up and we don't have another Precision stack. That's a lot of conditions, but basically what's going on here, if I was just to summarize this, it's basically saying if you're able to get back into barrage, you're allowed to barrage. That's kosher. And then down here, we have Arcane Blast if we have 2 nether precision stacks, yes. Or we have 1 stack and we're going to do the, we just did a blast. So it's like the blast, blast, barrage. So these two work together, right? This is doing the blast, blast, barrage. But this is only happening, remember, if we have the charges. Now below that, we have Arcane Blast, just if you're above 70% mana, and you've got over 2 charges, the target's above 35% health, and you don't have nether precision, then it'll blast. And then we have Arcane Explosioning if we have less than 2 charges, and clear casting is down. Because if clear casting is up, then we should be using Arcane Missiles. Right, so the scenario might be you use your missile and you don't have any charges. Then you would do an explosion. That would bring you to 1 charge, 2 charge, and then you would blast, blast, barrage. But if you use Arcane Explosion, you get a clear casting. You could throw out 1 Arcane Blast. That would bring you up a charge. You would now have 1 stack another precision, so it would trigger this one because Arcane Missiles now has 1 stack, and you're less than 4 arcane charges, so it would do that. You would lose the clear casting, and then you would go back to blast, blast, barrage. And if it doesn't have anything else to cast, it's going to cast Arcane Barrage. fuck, I don't know how to improve this. Because it's like... Okay, nether precision clipping maybe? The problem is blast is just so bad. Okay, hear me out. What if we added a condition to barrage? I don't know if it's going to be worth it, because nether precision being on barrage seems like it may not be worth it to do this. Use blast at greater than 1 charge instead of greater than 2. Is that good? Okay, we can try it. What did I do to learn the APL stuff? I just fucking did the APL until I figured it out. We could try it. It's gonna Arcane Explosion less. Yeah, let's try it. Let's just see if that's a cook. I need a hint. Like, I need to find like one thing that gives me a small gain and then I can build off of that. But I need like a hint first. The Arcane Explosion is a good hint, but the problem is it's limited. Because you only want to really use that below like 2 charges. So it's a good cook, but we need something more. The reason I got into doing this APL stuff is because there was stuff I wanted to know. And I didn't know how to do it myself. And I just copy pasted people's work and it suddenly like, I don't even think I'm good at it even now, but like over time I started understanding it more by just like working on it. Yeah, so it's even. We can't say if it's worse or better. What's the range on this? Let's see. It's 100. Yeah, it's within error. We could try to change the build completely. Yeah, you're right, Brainerd. I know, oh, Prodigious Savant. Wait, will that... But that shouldn't really make it too much better, right? Because it's not buffing the amount it already has. It's not buffing the 90%. It's just adding on top of it. Also, there's... I think it's still bugged. There's an issue with Prodigious Savant. Oh, Luck. To answer your question, Luck asked, dev buff's big. It's just 10%. So in reality, if you add in like procs and stuff, it's probably slightly under 10, but it's roughly 10. So like we know we can't drop high voltage. We could drop Arcane Harmony. We're not going to drop Magni Spark, I don't think, or Magi Spark. We definitely don't want to... Anything that gives us charges, we definitely don't want to drop. So like Orb Barrage, we don't want to drop that. This is too good. Enlighten, I think, is too good. Although this is probably the next one I would chop. I think 10% does move dev to like above average. But it's not like great or anything, it's just above average. Okay, so we have to go Arcane Debilitation. Because we have to go down to high voltage. This is non-negotiable. Arcane Echo I think is locked in. If I were to go Prodigious Savant here, I would definitely want Lay Sight and Lay Drinker. Both of these are really big. And we could just do Bombardment. We'd lose Orb Barrage though, which is really bad. We could try this though. I've never tested in game. I don't know how it works, but it should be implemented properly in Sims. Should be. Should. Okay. Yeah, the AUG is always looming over you. Like a dark cloud. Where was my sim I just ran? $30 minutes ago, 6 days ago, 6 minutes, or 4 minutes ago. Okay, it's this one. Drag this to the front. I don't think this will be better, but we can definitely try it. I think we'll keep the blast line in here because of the barrage change. So we're going to just do talents equal and see what happens. Dude, I'm not untalenting Splinter Storm. That's not something I'm going to rely on. I don't think that's real. I mean, I know it's real right now, but I don't think it will be real. Surely they will look into that. Or maybe they won't. Who knows? But I'm not going to count on it for like trying to figure out the sim because that's a really easy swap. Drop bombardment to pick up spark. Okay, I mean, we can try that now. That was a loss, so we might as well try new stuff. I agree. Dropping barrage or barrage feels really, really bad. What we could do instead of this is I could drop all of this like so. I could copy this in. We don't need this pre-nerf stuff anymore. I'm just going to comment all this out. Okay, where were we? Yeah, more blasting. We know this one is bad. But we're gonna leave this in just in case it ends up being good. I don't want to rule it out. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna drop this in. We're gonna get rid of the APL stuff that we changed. So this is -3 talents. So we're gonna say minus talents. We're gonna rename this one to base AE. We're gonna rename this one to base A or base AB. And then we're gonna rename this one to base A bar. Okay. And then so let's do 3 variations of this. And I'm gonna run this just as a preliminary thing just to see which one looks the best if it changes the order. How did he do this before? 1 second. I need to look something up. Is it just copy? Oh, here it is. This is the syntax I need. Okay. Let's go back here. So, oh, I did it right. Yeah, it's just copy equals, comma, parenthesis, and then that's the profile you're pulling from. Okay. So it's copying in the base A bar in the first one. The second one is copying base AB. So I should redo this. I should do something slightly different here. I'm going to include this in here and in here. Just set myself up because I want to add variations of the rotation so that I can cover all my bases. And then we need the gear in each one. And then we need the rest of rotation in each one. Can be all this stuff right here. Okay. So we're just going to define these instead of doing a copy. So yeah, this is all of the APL. This is the gear. This is the overrides. Now we just have to change the name. So instead of being copy equals, we're just going to rename this bad boy. Okay. So this one will be another copy. And then did we do the other one too? Base AE. This one has the gear, this one has the override. It just needs this part. And we will rename it appropriately. Okay. Let's just double check our work. So blah 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 blah. We have the basic override, base arcane barrage, gear, overrides, base arcane blast, APL, gear, overrides, base arcane explosion. I could probably do the overrides as a global, but I'm not going to do that because I want to try it against the pre-nerf after I get done with this. Rotation, gear, overrides. Okay. Good. So this will be... just going to copy this like so. And then we need to rename these appropriately. So this one is going to be base AB is what it's copying. And we will name this base AB minus talents. And then this one is base AE. Wait. Yeah. This is the right one. I just need to change the first one. Okay. So base arcane barrage minus talents copied from base arcane barrage. Base arcane blast minus talents copied from base arcane blast. Base arcane explosion copied from base arcane explosion with the minus talents. Okay. How many talents are we minus? We are minus 5 talents. Okay. Now, this is going to lose damage, of course, because I'm running no talents, but I just want to see what it looks like if we don't run these talents at all with the sims we already have. Just to see if there's anything that pokes out as being more important. So if we remove the talents from the equation, what's the better scenario here? That's what we're looking for. Fortified is getting a small nerf. Oh shit. Oh. That's a 33% nerf. Okay. Okay, so what's funny is base Arcane Explosion lost ground here whenever we remove the talents. It's because the talents are giving the Arcane Explosion more value. Base Arcane Barrage also lost value because, again, Arcane Barrage is getting value from the talents. So base AB ended up being the winner here. This is why I did this, because I figured it would shake things up. And in fact, all three of them have been shaken up here. So now that we have this, what we're going to do is take it a step further. And we're going to play around with the talents. Let's see here. So time loop, lay sight, lay drinker, concentration. These are all good. We'll start with the base AE one. Okay, so time loop, concentration, lay sight, lay drinker. So we got all those. Let's look at prodigious savant. We'll add in prodigious savant right here for the concentration. So we've covered this. All of these are covered. Now we need to do enlightened, arcane bombardment, or barrage, arcane harmony, and this choice node. Okay. I'm just going to compare them as one-offs, and it will be impossible combinations of talents, because, for instance, you can't get Arcane Harmony without getting Enlightened, right? But I'm going to give it Arcane Harmony on its own, just to see the value in the vacuum. So this one will be Enlightened. So we're going to tell this prodigious savant is 0, because we want to 0 that out. And then we're going to tell it, instead of concentration, we're going to give this one enlightened. Do I think Mage is still a great DPS choice? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Spy Masters only stacks to 40 and reduce int? Wait. It was always stacking to 40 though. But if they reduce int, that's still a nerf. Okay, so this one is going to be Arcane Harmony. And instead of Enlightened, we're going to Arcane Harmony here, and it's going to be a 1. Okay. And next up is Arcane Bombardment. same idea. We're going to zero out the talent we just put in, which is Harmony. So that's going to be a 0. And we're going to add Arcane Bombardment instead. That shall be a 1. And then Orb Barrage. So we need to zero out Arcane Bombardment, and we need to add in Orb Barrage here. Okay, and now we already did Enlighten, we already did Harmony. Now we just have the choice node. Magi Spark or Nether Munitions. And we'll do combinations after this, but we just need to just see like what's working and what isn't. There might be bugs too. Yeah, last I checked, Savant was only giving you something out of the first point. It wasn't actually doing anything beyond the first point. Well, it was doing something, but it's like not really anything. Not really anything, you know? One of those situations. Okay, base AE, base AE. Copy this, paste it in. Orb Barrage goes to 0. Magi Spark goes to 1 here. And then we're going to do Nether Munitions here. So this is going to 0. Nether Munitions is going to 1. Okay. So this is all just for Arcane Explosion. So I'm going to copy this. And now we need to just change it for this set. So this is a great job for Notepad++. Because now all we need to do is change base AE, replace with, what do I put it as? Base AB. There we go. It's done. Just paste it in. And we do it again, but this one is going to be base A bar. Oh, it's case sensitive. There it goes. Okay. And slap that shit in. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty long sim, but let's go ahead and run it. Oh, man. So right now I'm just running a temperature check on each talent individually in a vacuum. Yeah, this is single target. Okay, while this runs, we can start thinking about talents that have to be together. So for instance, Enlightened has to go with Arcane Harmony. So we're going to go in here and we're going to make a copy of this one. It is Enlightened and Arcane Harmony together. And then now we're going to have to add this as an additional line to zero it out too. And then the other one that has to be one is Arcane Bombardment or Barrage. Arcane Bombardment and Orbrage. Where's Bombardment? Here it is. Orbrage, Bombardment. Okay. So copy this one. Put this one back in. And zero it out on the next line. Okay. And then next is Prodigious Savant. With Lacite. We have to make sure we zero this one out too. While we're at it, we'll also do Lay Drinker. Okay, so yeah, Lay Sight, and then this one is going to be Lay Sight and Lay Drinker. I'm not concerned with concentration because I know it's not going to be good. Okay, that should be it. Yo, welcome back, Pat. How's your nap? Okay, so if we go down all the way... Actually, hold on. Which one's the top? Base AB Magi Spark. Base AB Magi Spark. So we're looking for base AB -5. So the value of Magi Spark alone is 6.6%. So that's going to be our best talent here. And then you can see for AE, for Arcane Explosion, it does make Orbrage good, but same with AB. So we know Magi Spark and Orbrage are talents we want. Because look, it's all Spark and Barrage. Magi Spark, Barrage, Barrage, Magi Spark, Magi Spark, Barrage. It's pretty clear, right? These are our best talents. So Magi Spark and Barrage are definitely goated. The issue is Barrage is below Bombardment. So let's see, where's Bombardment? So Arcane Bombardment is 3.5. Is there anything in between? So Enlightened is also in between. So that brings us pretty much back to where we were. That only gives us one talent to play around with. So now we're comparing Harmony. Keep in mind, this isn't using like the interactions between talents, so like you won't see that. But Harmony itself is 2.8 in the vacuum. Prodigious Savant is just dog shit. Yeah, I mean, we're locked in, right? Because, like, all the best shit is down here. So, like, this is one of our best. Magi Spark is one of the best. If we go Magi Spark, the next best thing we can get is Barrage. If we try to go for Lay Drinker... Where was the highest Lay Drinker? So base AB lay site, lay drinker. So it likes the AB for those. That's interesting. It's synergizing more with using blast. But it's only 2.5, so that's not... It's 2.5 and 2.1, and bombardment beats it out. So yeah, we're locked in. So this shit is locked in. Maybe there's something else that isn't. Maybe like up here we can find something. What about static cloud? Why resonance and single target? Because it's single target. How many targets is Arcane Barrage hitting if it hits one target? I already told you the answer. Okay. Yeah, so let's remove a talent. So we're going to take the opposite approach here. We're going to put in the full talents on each of these. And instead of adding talents now from a base, we're going to just remove talents. So first up would be Energize Familiar. So if we remove Energize Familiar, what would that look like? Versus if we removed, let's see here, Dematerialize. I don't think that one's a good one. I'm pretty sure we want Dematerialize. We could definitely remove Charged Orb though. Let's do Dematerialize next just for fun. Dematerialize, Energize Familiar, Charged Orb is next. Okay, yeah, so remove Familiar, add it back in, remove Dematerialize, add it back in, remove Charged Orb. Okay. Charged Orb, Dematerialize, Arcane Familiar, or Energize Familiar, Big Brained. Let's do that one next, Big Brain. Make my brain small. I'm tired of the big brain. I want the small brain. I want to be like my cat. My cat has a little fucking walnut-sized brain. I want that size brain, you know? I want it to be limited in its processing. Life is more simple that way. So let's make our brain small. I don't think this is really going to move the needle at all, but I'm just going to do it for all three just in case. just to take a exhaustive approach to this. Chat would know. Damn. Chat, you gonna take that from a fellow chatter? Which one is this? Okay, this is A bar. Let's do AB next. And then we'll do AE. Okay. So now we're looking for the inverse. Oh wait, what? Something happened here. Oh, I fucked up. Go back. Base AE. Base AB. Base A bar. Why is it not liking this? AE is Arcane Explosion, yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, hold on. Base A bar charged orb has a duplicate name. Stop. Base A bar charged orb has a duplicate name. Where the fuck is the duplicate? Oh, I see. Here it is. Is this just the same thing twice? Okay, wait. Energize familiar. Oop. Energize familiar. Dematerialize. Charged orb. Big brained. Okay, we just have this line twice. That's it. Just gotta get rid of that. Okay, simple fix. So the condition for you to press Arcane Explosion as a DPS gain is as follows. Give it a second to load. There's so many different combinations. This is why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, because there's too many goddamn combinations. The amount of like different versions you can do is insane, right? So we don't have the sim power to do like 4 million sims. So instead of doing 4 million sims, I'm just changing one node at a time in a vacuum and just making assumptions, and then I'm removing one node at a time, making assumptions, and then I'll try to use those assumptions to come to some sort of conclusion. Okay, so here's what you do with Arcane Explosion. You literally play the exact same way you do right now, where you like mash barrage if you've got nothing better to do. However, if you're below 2 arcane charges and you do not have clear casting, which you shouldn't be using barrage anyways if you don't have clear casting, because you should just fucking use the clear casting, right? But basically it's like if you're below 2 arcane charges, you just use Arcane Explosion. If you use that first Arcane Explosion and it procs clear casting, then you just go straight to missiles, right? If it doesn't proc the clear casting, you can use it again, because you'll go from 0 charges to 1. Actually, it's just a 1. Yeah. You just use Arcane Explosion if you have no charges, basically. No charges plus clear casting down Arcane Explosion. It's really simple. That's it. You can also use it twice. You don't have to just use it the one time. It was like DPS neutral to do it twice. Okay, so if we look at our base AE now, we're looking at the difference. So the smallest difference is Charged Orb. So that means that Charged Orb is our worst talent. In terms of our biggest difference, if we're playing Arcane Blast and we don't have Dematerialize, that's kind of bad. And then below that's Energized Familiar. And then, so Arcane Barrage, if we're Barrage spamming Dematerialize, also very bad. For Arcane Explosion, it's also Dematerialize. So we know Dematerialize is like locked in. The one that's the least locked in is Charged Orb, because if we look right here, base AE Charged Orb, worth 1%. Basically nothing. Base Arcane Barrage Charged Orb, worth 1.4%. Basically nothing. Base Arcane Blast Charged Orb, worth 2%. So you lose more with the Arcane Blast one. But, so we'll have to consider this whenever we look forward. If we're using Arcane Blast more, Charged Blast gains a little value. And then Big Brained is also pretty weak, because it's only... So like if we're doing the base AE, the next runner-up is Big Brained at 1.7. But that's almost double what Charged Blast is, or Charged Orb. So like Charged Orb is clearly the loser. So yeah, the winners are Dematerialize, Energized Familiar, Big Brain. The loser is Charged Orb. The thing I wanted to do is I wanted to swap a talent. So my idea is picking up Static Cloud, dropping Charged Orb. So here's the talents I want to compare against what we're doing right now. So now that we've done the legwork, we're going to go ahead and make a copy of this over here. Drag this one to the front. Let's go back. Copy the string again. This has Static Cloud in it. Okay, good. So yeah, we're going to do base A bar here versus base A blast here versus base AE with the new talent. And then all of this can go away. I'll just add it to my ever increasing document. Okay. Yeah, I know. He and I like agree about Charged Orb being bad in single target. I like it because it's like a gameplay quality of life thing, but the only reason why I didn't remove it completely is because the other options just weren't good. It was like, okay, you could get POM, cool. You could get Surging Urge, okay. You could get Static Cloud, wasn't relevant. We weren't really using Arcane Explosion. The other one that's a question mark is Energy Reconstitution. If it could create arcane charges, it would be a talent we'd always want, I think. But it doesn't, so we don't want it. Okay, so that was actually a damage loss because of the talent swap. So what talents is this running? Oh, I wanted to check the talents on this thing. I think it's using it. Import. So yeah, the build that it's using is using Energy Reconstitution. So that's enough to make up for it. So static cloud is a no-go. If we add static cloud back in, I think it pulls ahead again. It's funny that that talent like doesn't do shit. All right, run it again. Is IT still bugged? I didn't see it in the like sim dump shit. Yeah, Arcane Explosion pulls ahead again. We could try and see. Speed it up yet? Oh, it is. Here, let's test it. Oh, it's unstable again? Fuck. That's not good. Not good news. Not good news at all. What up?
What up?
Yo.
Have they done? What are they doing?
They ain't cooking shit.
The fire mage buff.
What? Fire Mage buff?
Yeah, fire mage buff. No.
There's no Fire Mage buff.
No fire mage buffs. That's not
Good.
fact,
Let the thing rot.
No, sorry,
What?
I'm watching too much LD.
Oh my god, it's lagging so bad.
Oh, fuck. Good.
Are the teams
Oh,
even
there's
on beta
two
yet?
like that.
They're not in, right? Yeah.
Good
Keeping a goal.
anticipation.
Yeah, I'm lagging so bad, what the fuck?
How big are the devastation buffs?
That's a goal.
Almost.
That was really close, actually.
10%.
10% overall with everything? God damn.
It just, I mean, like, that's the tooltips. The tooltips are just 10% buff. The lag is so bad.
Are there sems for that?
I was like 50 like an idiot, didn't I?
I was gonna
No,
say,
I mean, like,
there
the-
should be no way he scores
The
here.
tooltips
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
are just 10% buff to every ability pat, so.
Oh. No, I just
He was
want to know
just
how much
higher
they
than
did
me.
before.
The play doesn't feel too bad. Although I am lagging my ass off right now, which is kind of annoying.
There's no way, man.
How is this bad, man?
You see what I was doing there?
I couldn't even queue a
couldn't
blast
move,
with that
right?
because I'm lagging too fucking bad.
Like, what the fuck is this tech he's doing to
Oh
me?
no. Good luck.
Yes, the zero boost technique.
No! Steady!
My favorite position to be in.
No, bro. No, man. Look at that. Look at that. One.
I feel like I'm still getting a lot of clear casts. I don't know if they fixed this bug. I'm not shifting power on purpose, by the way.
Next D.
My goat.
The pulsar position. What does he do here? Is it high? I don't know. Haha.
seen this fucking lag, dude?
Thank
This is
you.
crazy.
Good luck, bro. Bro's like, bro thought he was him for a second. He went fast on this. Then he realized, nah.
Okay, it's like impossible to test your rotation whenever you're lagging this bad. You can't fucking test this.
Anti-cook.
Iron Fortress okay? Okay, let me go over there. Mustache is cringe, dude. My wife likes it, so that's all I care about.
Jim,
I like it too. Believe it or not, your opinion, it matters to me a little bit, but
You
really
have
not
a
too much.
GM?
What?
What'd you say? What'd you
I
say?
said champ. Division 2.
You're champ too?
No.
Okay,
One
yeah,
division.
so let's see if we lag
Oh,
out over here.
Stupid. Here it is.
Oh wow, he didn't go.
Mystic Ward, there we go.
Okay, I'm dead.
Just
It's not
reset
working
you.
on the beta? Yeah, fucking color me surprised. Wait, where are the dummies? Oh, are they in the tunnel?
No.
Wait, I thought they were
No.
there. It's the military word, right? Over here. Yeah. I'm not Alliance, so I'm not too familiar with this shit. Oh, the arcane nerfs are here. I think. Maybe they're coming next build, I don't know. But they're I was simming it. So, yeah. I don't know if they're live or not. All I know is I'm playing with that shit. Dude, I just lagged during that. Oh my god, now I'm not gonna
It's
get my
about
nether
sick,
precision off.
bro.
Oh,
Oh, I am
I had to
lagging.
just fucking...
What the fuck is going on, bro?
Oh. Okay, yeah, it's... I mean, it's like slightly better, but still really bad.
Oh,
Oh, I am lagging.
I'll shut.
What the fuck?
The charges are like lagging too whenever they come back, which is kind of frustrating. See, like the charges and the... Well, really it's just the charges that are lagging out. I feel like everything else feels pretty normal.
fuck. That hurts. That physically hurts me.
No, it just lagged there.
I jumped for it just in case. But I knew I wasn't gonna
Yeah.
make it.
Yeah, it's still lagging. It's just like
Should've
more
just put it
intermittent
down.
with the lag. And
No,
it's
you're
not
right
as
there,
long.
like, you would have just need to aerial it. I think you were fine aerialing that.
Time to reset.
I mean, it's definitely nerfed, right? Look how much lower my arcane barrage damage is. Normally, my arcane barrage would be on top.
I have no boost, man. I would have scored. Fuck.
The saddest thing about this to me is that I think Arcane Barrage doing big damage is like the most fun part of the spec, and they just keep nerfing Arcane Barrage,
Just had to center this up.
while also not fixing the talents that are keeping us from choosing other builds. Because I wouldn't mind them nerfing Barrage all that much if there was like other builds we could play, but since so many of these talents are bugged, they're just kind of pigeonholing us into Arcane Barrage, and then they just keep nerfing it because they're like, oh, Arcane Barrage is too good because all the mages are playing it. It's like, well, yeah, because this talent's backwards. This talent doesn't do jack shit. Like, a lot of the shit in here is just bad. So, like, what do you expect us to do? I actually like High Voltage. Well, good news. Spamming Barrage is still better than pressing Arcane Blast, but you know what's even better? Arcane Explosion.
Fuck me. It just leads to a goal, whatever. Fucking hurt, bro.
We Grew Miners is the team name. Crazy team name.
Holy shit.
What the hell? I didn't even realize that till now. Oh, I messed up.
Yeah, just honestly, it's fine.
Okay, what if we took Arcane Explosion to a further extreme? What if we didn't? Okay, it was a slight loss. It's still better than Arcane Blast, though. It's still better than Blast, dude. That's so funny. Why? Why is it still better than Blast, dude? You're sending it up to 3, so you're maxing it. Holy fuck. Here, let me make the names more clear. 1 second. I'll do some variations here. So this is if it's less than 3. So it's AE
One more, and then I'll call it, and I'll go to the gym.
at 3 charge. Copy this. AE at 2 charge.
My gym got revamped as of like 2 days ago. All there's like now there's double mirror, huge dumbbell.
AE at 1 charge.
Yeah, added extra squat rack, and they added squat racks to the place. There's now a lot of way more space. It was the first time I came
AE
on
at
8 p.m.
0 charge.
Fuck.
Always a good
That's-
thing.
I was like, what? Usually I come like this is so ass. Why am I here at this time?
Oh boy.
It's okay. He'll just have fun here.
What if I'm at 0 charges, 1 nether precision, 1 CC up? No, you're just CCing. Yeah, so if you are less than 4 arcane charges and you have less than 2 nether precision, you would send arcane missiles if you have the clear cast available.
I'm gonna kill you too.
If you don't have clear cast in that situation, you press arcane explosion.
They actually both went to kill you. What the fuck? You can put this in or I can. Okay, good job.
I love beans.
Okay, that's called spinning for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so base AE was already the cook. Wait, hold on. Is there a talent infecting this? Why is that off? Base AE. Base AE is doing Arcane Explosion if less than 2, buff clear casting down. So it should be the same as 1 charge, right? That's the same. Why would that be different? Yeah, but the error's not that big. No. The thing is the RNG is accounted for because it's doing like 34,000 goes at each one. It does have pretty high variance though. Maybe that's why. Okay, that's correct. So these are the same. So now that they're the same, that makes sense. 2 charges a minus, so yeah, it's 1 charge. So you go to 2 charges with Arcane Explosion, basically. What if we remove this line? It shouldn't ever trigger this. This should be the same. Yeah, it's the same. It's just a failsafe. Okay, so what else can we do here? What if I did Arcane Blast regardless of the situation? If Arcane Charge stack is greater than 2. And it's going to keep blasting. Had a failsafe, no clear cast. Okay, let's see what this does. Oh. It is a loss. Why is Blast so bad, man? Why is it so bad? Is there anything we can do to make Blast not be so bad? What if it's like we blast until below 4? This is gonna be the same too. The initial cook might have been the best cook. It's funny whenever your first knee-jerk reaction to seeing the change is right, and then you can't really make it better. I'm sure that other people are going to be able to make this better though, but so far I'm struggling with it. My initial thought was too good. That's like the same. That's what I thought. Okay, what if... Wait, hold on. What's our mastery say? Oh, that's definitely bugged, right? Arcane charges increase the damage of Arcane Blast by additional 5.8% and Arcane Brush by 2.9%. That's only my mastery. That's not the built-in. What does the tooltip say? Okay, the tooltip has it right for that one. This is a wrong tooltip. This is old still. Here's a sim, but it's that woo-woo. You gotta make an improvement. That's your goal. Yeah, Arcane Explosion over Arcane Barrages again. Arcane Barrage. Okay, another idea for more meat. What if... Get rid of this line. What if we pooled clear casting? So instead of doing clear casting, react if another precision is down. Okay, arcane missiles. If clear casting is up and another precision is down. Or, so we're going to remove this part. Actually, I'm going to move this. If buff another precision is down and arcane charge is less than 4. Arcane Barrage if we have max stacks and another precision stack is 1 and clear casting's up and arcane orbs is, we have an arcane orb and we just use blast. Or if Touch of the Magi is ready and another precision is up, unless we have Magni Spark. Or we just don't have Magni Spark. Or Arcane Tempo or Intuition. Another precision stack 1. So this should never Arcane Barrage if we don't have another precision, is what this is saying. It should fall back on Barrage, so it should still fire the Barrage at 4 stacks without another precision. Yo, what's up, Trash Lemon? I'm worried about something like pulling CC because they could easily fix its CC chance. Yeah, I know. I'm just struggling to find anything right now. I'm just trying to fucking grasp for straws here. Wow, that's a big loss. Yeah, so that's not it. We need the nether precision. It's not gonna fly. We need that nether precision. Very important. Oh, with 8% CC? Yeah, I'm forcing it. So what's funny about this is this is buffed for every spell except for Blast. Arcane's not dead. I don't know why they nerf Arcane Blast when it's so bad. It doesn't make sense. Oh? Okay, that's actually gaining ground. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Let's push this a little further. Okay, so if that is better, Devastation got buffed by 10%. It is single target Arcane Explosion, you're right. That it is, my friend. That it is. Hold on, I want to pull this part of it out and look at it in an IDE. Because this line is kind of hard to parse. So if... And then this goes inside of it. Parenthesis, parenthesis. Okay, so this is saying arcane charge stack. So if we're max stacks and all of this is true, so it's either Nether Precision Stack 1, or sorry, it's Nether Precision Stack 1 and clear casting up, or Arcane Orb charges is greater than 0. So if we have some way to get back and we just use Blast, or Touch of the Magi is ready and Nether Precision's up, we don't have Magni Spark, or Arcane Tempo is less than GCD, so to refresh Arcane Tempo, or Intuition is up, and we don't have one stack of Nether Precision. No. It's so it is a little confusing, right? Because it's saying Nether Precision stack is 1, and then all this crap, or Intuition is up and it's not 1. Wait, yeah, you're right. That doesn't make sense. Hold on, let's remove this line. Because these are ands, not ors. So yeah, it should have to be true. Okay, if we're max stacks and this one's tied with this parenthesis, this one's tied with this parenthesis, this one's tied with this parenthesis. Oh, no, it makes sense because it's and or. So this is the or statement. So no, it did make sense. I'm still gonna leave it out though, just to see what happens. No, it made sense, chat. It made sense. Because you gotta remember the or statement, since it's outside the parenthesis over here, is affecting the whole thing, yeah? Because this part is all contained right here. Whoa, thunder. That was crazy thunder. Right, so like this parenthesis goes all the way to out here. So the or is Arcane Tempo remains less than GCD, or Intuition's up. So those are the other two failsafes. What we could do instead is move this to the front and it would be more clear what's happening here. But I'm just going to send it and see what happens. Oh, dude, I wonder if it smells like rain outside. 1 second. No, that lost the damage. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna add a stipulation here so that it has to have 4 charges for it to interrupt the missiles. That's even. Okay, what if we took it a step further then? Wait, can you really not play Frostfire Frost right now? So if I'm playing Frost and I choose to go Frostfire, I have Frostbolt. There's no Frostfire Bolt. I don't have Fireball. I can't spec Frostfire Bolt. Huh? Can I put this on my bar? No, I can't. Look, it's a fucking Fireball. It doesn't work. How much you want to bet they just make Fireball baseline to fix this thing? Look, I have the icon, right? I try to put it here. It's Fireball. And I can't use it. It doesn't work. There's no... I can't use it. Slash cast Crossfire Bolt. Unknown macro option. Can't cast it. Spell not learned, it says. You sure about that? Yeah, look, my guy's trying. He's trying his hardest, but he can't cast it. He just can't get it out. Poor little fella. I want to get the bolt out, but I just can't. It just won't come out. That's actually fucking hilarious. No, for fire it should work. Because fire has frostbolt. Or sorry, fire has fireball. Blizzard has killed Frostfire Fire. Frostfire Frost. It's so weird saying those words. Frostfire Fire, Frostfire Frost. Why? Why is it called that? Run these talents for dungeons. Damn, it's coming down. Oh, looky, looky, looky what I found. I found more damage. Well, 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 if it isn't the damage. Okay, let's investigate. Mustache licking noises. You can't hear that. I can make you hear my mustache though. Or maybe I can't. If I lower the noise gate, you're gonna hear all the thunder and shit. I'm gonna do it though. It's not coming through still. It's silent. I have a silent mustache. You're wondering if I knew what? It doesn't take much to learn Arcane. You can learn it in like a day. Yeah, 10%. Okay, so this is the biggest gain. Clipping at 3 arcane charges. I'm getting ready to post this, so I'm just gonna do some naming fixes here. What is Arcane? It's just, you know, it's the type of magic that's like not got an element to it. It's just Arcane. It's like that purple shit, you know? You're just shooting like magic missiles. Magic missiles, magic barrages, you're blasting, you're just like hitting them with the pure magic, you know? What is this? It's got linked to spreadsheet. Beta DPS logs by Champs and Robbie Dobby. Robbie Dobby! Master gave Robbie Dobby a sock. Now we must make a spreadsheet. Robbie Dobby much doesn't like the sock. Spreadsheet scare him. Where's... So, like, what the fuck am I looking at here? Is this just logs? Wait, augmentation. What's this fight? It's Silken Court? Are you fucking kidding me? Hey chat, I have a question. Oh wait, never mind, they fixed it. I take it back, I take it back, I take it back. They fixed it. Some Fury's not implemented. I can't do it in Sims, but yeah, I've played it. So there was a bug for AUG. What was happening on AUG on the Silken Court was you would get damage attribution from the boss. So the boss's sharing health was causing your Ebon Might to give you damage from that. So anytime the bosses took damage, you would get double the damage from it. So like every damage event that happened under Ebon Might would get you damage from the other one. So it was like giving you a ton of extra damage. But it looks like they fixed it on Warcraft log side. Because I don't see that happening anymore. You could tell before because you could just mouse over it and you would see the source as the boss name. And then you're like, wait a second. Yeah, I can link this. This was like from Discord or some shit. I don't know. I don't think it's private. Someone just linked in Discord. Devastation's not bad. I was saying this before, and I think it got buffed since here, so it's actually probably good. Was this Evoker Plane? Let's see. Probably Flame Shaper. Yeah, it's Flame Shaper. This is also a 1 minute 33 poll, so this is like not a good data point. But I mean, it's not like they have much choice, right? It's no coincidence that the ones that last longer are lower in the list than the 1 minute opener. But we can look at other bosses and maybe find better data. Like first boss might be good because oh, I guess there's a lot of AoE in that one. Same with second boss. Oh, this is old shit. Hold on. This is like way pre-nerf. So this is from the latest test. This is a single target boss. It's actually quite hard, so Root Twister's AoE. This is also AoE. This is AoE. Affliction's just flying under the radar, dude. No one sees that shit coming. Classic Warlock behavior. It's crazy to me that Blast is so bad and we just don't have alternatives. Right? Like, they're all cooldowns or procs. So one thing that was interesting was someone mentioned to try it without the bugged clear casting. So, yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we got hella mages out here. Actually, most of them are gone. It's mostly warlocks now. Are the dev buffs in? I wonder. Let's check it out. Oh, I'm glad that bug is still in, where you DC whenever you log out. That's good. 10% nerf overall. That's including the splinters and the orb and the missiles and all that shit. The overall nerf is 10%. They changed the Spy Master's web icon. Yeah, the nerf is fine. They just need to fix the bugs and they need to make Arcane Blast worth pressing. It's just depressing that it's not worth it. No, you try to avoid pressing blast. At less than 2 charges. I mean, it will use it in rare cases, but those are the exception. Oh, I can't fly out here. Can I soar? What if I switch my flight style? Yeah, I graded in 2, yeah.
Dangerous foe skulks nearby. Eliminate it before it can disrupt our plans.
So, yeah, even if they fix the clear casting bug, we're still doing Arcane Explosion. Oh my god, that's so much damage lost though. Holy fuck. That's insane. Yeah, you can soar with regular flying. Dude, that's crazy. Look at how much damage it lost. Compare. It's down almost 200k with the clearcast bug removed. Dude, if they fix that clearcast bug, Arcane Mage is toast. Where's my golf? Jesus, the lag out here is even worse. Good thing I'm playing a Brain Dead spec like Dev. I still got the extension even though it was in my spell book at the start of this fight. Oh, these dummies are bugged. It says I'm doing like millions of damage. Oh my god, my Kindle dot... What? Yeah, these dummies are hella bugged. Look at this. What the fuck? No, we can't go here. We gotta go somewhere else. This is totally poisoning our testing here. That's how it needs to be. Yeah, just instantly rep turret on every boss or just kill it in time. 2 options. Because that is a silly bug to report because it's on a target dummy. An old content target dummy. If it happens on this target dummy, I will report it. But you gotta keep in mind too, a lot of the bugs I encounter I've already reported multiple times. Some bugs I've reported back in the last expansion's alpha. Doesn't mean they get fixed, but I do report them. If I think it makes sense. There's an empower bug. You see that? 2, 3. It took 3 times for that. See it? It happened twice in a row. That's a bug that I've reported since the first time I reported that was, holy fuck. It was Dragonflight Alpha. I've reported that bug. Dev damage seems pretty good. The issue with Dev is that it's less fun, and also it has bugs, like lots of bugs in the rotation. Oh my god, just happened again. Jesus Christ, dude, these bugs. That's unlucky, I didn't crit any of those. Ah, fuck. I got a proc right at the end there. Oh yeah, Attorney Search procs it, never mind. That's why. I forget. One last extension for the road. That extension's also a bug. I'm not reporting that shit though. I like that. I'm not gonna report a bug I like. Sorry, Blizzard. I mean, it's fine. It's just the spec. I feel like the spec is so boring. I'm already bored. Okay, log out. Let's see. What else is there to do? It's just the same rotation as live. Like, oh cool, I have a button I press, like, maybe I tap that shit every fucking minute or something. Who cares? Lame. And Scout Commander is just bugged on all the dummies, so you can't even like really test it. We are aware of the issues. More class tuning. Damn, even Blizzard forgot to mention it. Oh wait, never mind. Here it is. Firestorm. This doesn't make up for the 30%, by the way. Firestorm is still worse than Live. Because they nerfed it by 30% and they didn't give it a adjustment afterwards, but they adjusted all the other spells. So Firestorm is behind by 30% of where it should be. I think that's Consume Flame is behind by 30% of where it should be. Engulf is behind by 30% of where it should be. I don't think it's true on beta. I think it's just pre-patch, but it's going to carry over. So you got to keep that in mind. Feral? No, I haven't played Feral. Okay, let's leave some feedback for Blizzard. So let's go over to the feedback for Mage. I want to write up something. Damn. Hold on. We got some posts here. We gotta check these out. I'm recognizing a lot of these names. Poram. that's not Porum. That's Poram. I was initially very... Hold on, where's this post from? 3 hours ago. Okay, this was today. Very receptive of the changes you made to Arcane. They seem cool, just the damage tuning seemed overboard. Many people told you the problem was player damage doing a ridiculous amount. You nerfed it by 20% instead of 60%. Arcane Barrage nerfs again. Instead of nerfing splinters like many people told you, again with Sims logs other data showing their performance, you decided to nerf Arcane Barrage by 10% and then 10% and now 60%. It went from doing 120% spell power at 0 to 38% at 0 charges now. At 4 charges with 0 mastery points, Arcane Barrage went from doing 275 to 290. So it's a 30% nerf total. Note this is after I posted actual mass player performance data on raid testing showing Arcane has no longer number 1, but was rather head-to-head with Unholy DK, Affliction Lock, Frost DK, Elemental Shaman, Frost DK. Against the document. Okay. Furthermore, we have Sims showing that Arcane last week was not overperforming relative to other specs who have some Sims available. Enhancement Shaman. Rather than look at the objective piece of evidence, you decide to make an uneducated decision to not only nerf Arcane again, but to get one of its core abilities in AoE, even though it wasn't the top performer in dungeons. That is paired with the fact that further nerfs to Arcane Barrage at 4 charges again nerfed Sun Fury, which again didn't need a nerf, but rather a buff. This is in addition to the ridiculous change of making Chrono Shift a PvP talent baseline. Yeah. I mean, they didn't sugarcoat it, but that's facts right there. Okay, let's draft up a post. We have Porum at home, yeah. 10%. Wait. Save draft. Where did that go? Okay, so here's what I'm writing. Arcane Barrage damage reduced by 60%. Arcane Barrage damage increased per arcane charge to 90%. I can see the intent here. You don't want to spam or spin at 0 charges, and that totally makes sense, but you should consider that a big part of why Barrage is preferred. A big part of why Barrage is preferred, let's do this in italics, has to do with Arcane Charge. Has to do with Arcane Blast. Arcane Blast is an abysmally bad spell to cast without charges. You also did not succeed in your goal. The playstyle where you use Arcane Barrage Spender at 0 charges instead of Arcane Blast Builder is still ahead. It's not by a large margin, but when you compare a cast to an instant cast, the answer to which of these to use, the answer 4. It's not by a large margin, but when you compare a cast to an instant cast, even funnier, with this nerf, it is now best to use Arcane Explosion to generate charges up to 2 if Arcane Orb and Clear Casting are not available. This actually feels worse. This actually feels worse because it means that you need to play in melee. Can we just fast forward to the part where you remove the cast time increase for Arcane Blast and make it 1.5 seconds baseline? Maybe also reduce the scaling for it with arcane charges and increase the base damage. Hello. Similar to what you did for Arcane Barrage, but opposite. Maybe also increase its chance to proc clear casting and reduce the scaling for it with arcane charges while increasing. The real loser in this is Sun Fury, which was already dead. It's like beating a dead horse at this point, so I'm not going to focus on it. Instead, let's Instead, let's talk about Spellslinger. Okay. So here's what I wrote. Let me know what you think, chat. Arcane Barrage damage reduced. Arcane Barrage damage per charge increased to 90%. I can see the intent here. You don't want to spamming our spender at 0 charges, and that totally makes sense, but you should consider that a big part of why Barrage is preferred has to do with Arcane Blast. Arcane Blast is abysmally bad to cast without charges. The real loser in this is Sun Fury, which was already dead. It's like beating a dead horse at this point, so I'm not going to get into the issues with that hero talent build. Instead, let's talk about Spellslinger. Number 1, you did not succeed in your goal. The playstyle where you used Arcane Barrage Spender at 0 charges instead of Arcane Blast Builder is still ahead. It's not by a large margin, but when you compare the cast to the instant cast, the answer for which of these spells to cast without the charges is clear. Number 2, even funnier. With this nerf, it is now best to use Arcane Explosion to generate charges up to 2 if Arcane Orb and Clearcaster are not available. This actually feels worse because it means that you need to play in melee. I'm going to tame some of the wording. If the goal was to stop us using Arcane Barrage at 0 charges, this change was not successful. Yeah, I'll butter him up a little bit at the start. Okay, if the goal was to stop us using Arcane Barrage at 0 charges, this change was not successful. The playstyle where you use Arcane Barrage Spender at 0 charges instead of Arcane Blast is still ahead. It's not by a large margin, but when you compare a cast to an instant cast, the answer for which of these spells to cast when out of charges is clear. Even funnier, with this nerf, it is now best to use Arcane Explosion to generate charges up to 2 if Arcane Orb and Clearcaster are not available. This actually feels worse because it means that you need to play in melee. Instead of fast forward, I'm just going to say, fixing Arcane Blast is fairly simple. A big part of why it is so bad is due to the increased time it takes to cast at low charges. Remove the cast time increase for Arcane Blast. Make it 1.5 seconds baseline. Increase its chance to proc clear casting. And remove the scaling for it with Arcane Charges. Increase its chance to proc clear casting and increase its base damage. And adjust the arcane charge damage for it accordingly. Basically do what you did for Arcane Barrage, but in the opposite direction. Okay, let me butter them up. I want to start by saying the new Arcane, the new Spellslinger Arcane, I need to be specific, is probably the most fun I've ever had playing this spec, despite the issues with it. Bravo. There, is that good enough to build rapport? Interesting fun, or here's a fun fact. I want to like emphasize this part. Not so fun fact. Spellslinger. Yeah, thank you. There are other issues as well. Many of the arcane talents seem they don't seem to be, they are bugged. Many of the arcane talents are bugged currently. Bar. Illuminated thoughts. Illuminated thoughts reduces your chance to proc clear casting and is a damage loss. The second point in Prodigious Savant doesn't seem to really do anything. Gonna have this be a catch-all. Choices in the capstone. Actually, not just the capstone, The whole tree. Anything I'm missing here? Okay. I don't want it to be like a fucking giant ass post where I go into every little detail. I'm just trying to hit the big things. So, okay, let's start over. Okay. I want to start by saying the new Spellslinger Arcane is probably the most fun I've had playing this spec, despite the issues with it. Bravo! I quote them. I can see the intent here. You don't want to spamming our spinner at 0 charges, and that totally makes sense, but you should consider that a big part of why Barrage is preferred has to do with Arcane Blast. Arcane Blast is an abysmally bad spell to cast without charges. The real loser in this is Sun Fury, but since that hero talent build seems dead on arrival, let's focus on Spellslinger. If the goal was to stop us using Arcane Barrage at 0 charges, this change was not successful. The playstyle where you use Arcane Barrage Spender at 0 charges instead of Arcane Blast Builder is still ahead. It's not by a large margin, but when you compare a cast to an instant cast, the answer for which of these spells to cast when out of charges is clear. Not so fun fact. With this nerf, it is now... Hold on, let me add a comma there. With this nerf, it is now best to use Arcane Explosion to generate charges up to 2 if Arcane Orb and Clearcasting are not available. This actually feels worse because it means that you need to play in melee. Fixing Arcane Blast is fairly simple. A big part of why it's so bad is due to the time it takes to cast at low charges. Remove the cast time increase for Arcane Blast, make it 1.5 seconds baseline, increase its chance of proc Clearcasting, increase its base damage, and adjust the Arcane charge damage for it accordingly. Basically, do what you did for Arcane Barrage, but in the opposite direction. Here are some other issues as well. Illuminated Thoughts reduces your chance to proc Clearcasting and is a damage loss. The second point in Prodigious Savant doesn't seem to really do anything. Many of the choices in the tree are sub 1% damage increases, limiting choices. Everything locked behind 2 pointers in the capstone area further limits build variety. Mastery seems bad. I'm loving Arcane, but it could be so much better. It is very close to being amazing. Please. It's so close. I'm actually gonna steal that. To being amazing. It just needs a little push. Okay. Wait, why am I showing up like this? What's this UI I'm scrolling through? Gnome Priest? What? Why is my mage not on here? What is this order? Can I edit this? Can you not edit a post? Oh, is it because I'm under that character and it's the wrong one? If I can't edit this, I'll just delete it and repost it. Okay. There it is. I'm gonna link it. I think that's the best way to summarize it. Let me know what you think and feel free to reply too. I mean, the more feedback they get, just, it's good, but just try not to be overly negative. It's good to write it out write out how you feel at first with all the negativity, but don't click send, and then look at it and read it back and pretend like someone's saying it to you, and then just keep doing it a little bit and then add a little sprinkle of niceness in there, That way you get the catharsis of getting the anger out, and then you can write something that's nice. And then it'll be constructive, and, they'll probably respond better to it. I always find that venting first is good, though. Just getting out of my system. Just don't click send yet, Get out of your system, and then once you feel good, then you can click send. Once you fix it. Okay, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna work on some stuff off stream. We had a good stream today, so appreciate all the primes and all the subs. Really do. Thank you so much. Truly, truly. Helps me do what I do. So that is much appreciated. But I am gonna head out here. So I hope all of you have a great rest of your day. And I'll probably be back tomorrow. As always, if you want to know when I'm live, the best way to know is just to click follow. And make sure you have those notifications turned on so you're notified as soon as that happens. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all for watching. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.